Council Thursday, August 28th, 2025 meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. Councillor Gerlach sends his regrets, and I see we're missing a few, but I'm assuming they will be coming in soon. Councillor Hall, Councillor Kapitanic. Hopefully we'll hear from them soon. We would like to start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. The first item up is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? Go ahead.
I'll approve the agenda if one is done.
Approve as presented. All right, and so we do have to go through around to council to identify which items to discuss. So far, the items that must be discussed are 2.1, 3.1, 5.1, 6.2, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 8.2, 8.5, 8.7, 8.9, 9.2, and all are enclosed items 13.1 through 13.4. Is there anyone else who would like? Go ahead, please.
I'd like to table 8.5 to the next county council meeting.
Okay, we'll do that when we get to it, so we'll have that up. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to discuss item 7.1.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to discuss item 7.1.
7.1. Okay. All righty. And is there anyone else need any? You okay? All right. So we'll run through that list one more time. 2.1, 3.1, 5.1, 6.2, 7.1 through 7.6, 8.2, 8.5, 8.7, 8.9, 9.2, and all of 13, 13.1 through 13.4.
I'll throw on 8.1.
8.1, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody got the 8.1 added, and I think if we're good to go. Councillor Mins would like to move that we approve the agenda as discussed. All those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you. We will go on to 3.1, which is our public hearing. And I will start with good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 006, 2025 to close a portion of an undeveloped road allowance located between Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 112-02217, and a portion of Crown land adjacent to Amisk Lake. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve for Athabasca County and Councillor for Division 5, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you here today. Before we would begin, I would like to take a moment for introductions of those councillors that are present, and beginning on my right is
Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area.
Thank you. Good morning. Gary Cromwell, Division 6, far north.
Yeah, Wallach Division 9, north of the river.
Kelly Chomsek, Division 7, Atmore, Grassland, Crespita areas.
Brian Hall, Division 4.
Ashton Anderson, I reside in Division 3.
Thank you so much. And if I've already introduced myself, we also have with us Mr. Jordan Schenkelberg, Mrs. Karsmarschuk. We have, and these are communication coordinators. We have our recording secretary, Miss Leah Blair, our CAO, Mr. Beck, our director of corporate services, Director Ambley. We have our land specialist with us, Diane Clouchet, and we have protection, and I never get it right. Director of Community and Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, with us here at around the table. Also, any persons, pardon me, the secretary of the public hearing is Bob Beck, who is the CAO for Athabasca County. I will get my tongue working. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and wish to be heard should please give their full name now. Nobody on Zoom, and we have no one here from the public. Okay, thank you. I will now declare the public hearing for bylaw 006, 2025 open. And I will turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of the public hearing is for council of Athabasca County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Land Management Specialist Diane Cloutier will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you very much, CAO Beck. We don't have anyone here from the public, but I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide the background and explanation of the proposed bylaw, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. The purpose of bylaw 006/2025 is to close a portion of undeveloped road allowance that is no longer required for by the traveling public. The undeveloped road allowance is located on the east side of Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 112-02217. During the initial referral of this file, letters were mailed to affected agencies and adjacent landowners within 100 meters of the undeveloped road allowance, and this was done on March 3rd. The following responses were received. Alberta Forestry and Parks, which is public lands, does not support the road closure, and it's to protect Amos Lake from future encroachment and support the ACA conservation area. Apex Utility, the right-of-way required, there is a right-of-way required, and that was submitted to the county, those copies. ATCO Electric had no concerns, as this is outside of their service area. Fortis Alberta had no concerns, and the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-op has no concerns, as this was outside of their franchise area. TELUS Communications also had no concerns. First reading was granted to bylaw 006/2025 during the July 31st regular council meeting. Adjacent landowners within 100 meters of the road allowance were mailed notification of this public hearing, and advertisement was placed in the Town and Country This Week newspaper on August 12th and August 18th. In addition, notice was placed on the county's website, which provided information regarding the public hearing of this bylaw. The proposed road closure will not affect access to neighboring properties, as access to the northeast 286418 and to Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 112-0217 is achieved by an access easement through the northeast 28-quarter section of land. The undeveloped road allowance that runs north and south would only provide access to these two properties, and infrastructure services requested to keep the first 65 meters of undeveloped road allowance to protect future road access, and the applicant supported this request.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? No? May I just ask again, was there an opposition? I think you had said at the very beginning.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of council. So Alberta Forestry and Forestry and Parks, did not support it.
Does not support it. Okay, thank you. Ms. Cloutier, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
No, there has not.
Okay, thank you. I will now call upon those who wish to speak, although I don't believe there's anyone here to speak. Still no one from Zoom, just to confirm. So in that case, is there anyone else that has not spoken and wishes to speak? Does Ms. Cloutier wish to make any closing comments?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, does council have any additional questions or any speaker or staff? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
Can you just tell us again the response from the Alberta Conservation Association?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just finding the email. So the email received, Madam Chair, members of council, on June 17th from the geomatics technologist at Public Lands, noted that the attached road closure was received, and after consideration, it was determined that it would be best if the undeveloped road allowance not be closed and remain as is. Trespass on the road allowance from adjacent landowners should be addressed through other means other than closing and consolidating. If the undeveloped road allowance is closed and consolidated, Forestry and Parks does not require an easement for
Sorry,
access.
Alberta Conservation Association, not Alberta Forestry and Parks. Because they're an adjacent landowner, are they not?
This was from Alberta Parks, Forestry and Parks.
That was the question. Just in your response, I didn't hear a reply from the adjacent landowner of Alberta Conservation Association, so.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair, members of council. No, they did not respond back. They were provided a letter but did not respond.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, Councillor Hall? Okay. Does anyone feel that they have not been fairly heard? All right, there being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 9:41. And thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. We will now resume our regular county council meeting. The next item on the agenda would be 5.1. However, that's at 10 a.m. for our delegation. So we will move forward to 6.2, which is page 54 of your agenda package. Policy 9105, fire response cost recovery from the August 19th committee of the whole meeting. And get to that. There we go. All right, so we have a recommendation here that council adopts policy 9105 fire response cost recovery. Would administration like to have a conversation? Would council like to begin? Go ahead, please, Councillor Anderson.
I'll move the recommended motion. Begin
Okay,
discussion.
thank you. Is there discussion? Councillor Chamzek.
Upon reading this, I fully support this 100%. I feel like one of the biggest drawbacks is actually the name. I don't know, I'm thinking perhaps a change of the name that would better reflect it is fire protection fees versus cost recovery. Service fees, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm sure like many of you, I've been reached out by a number of ratepayers that have watched that meeting, that have gone back, looked at the history, and I've been asked to share some words, and then I do have a few questions to direct toward the chief. So I'll, with the chair's permission, ask a question, wait for a reply, and then work my way through my list here. I'm writing this in regards to the proposed billing structure discussed at the last committee of the whole meeting. I would like to voice my concerns over the proposed plan. I think the path being proposed is the wrong one. The last thing the county should be doing is billing its own tax-paying residents for emergency services. You are wanting to now bill the very county residents whose taxes have bought and paid for the equipment, which is manned by volunteers from their own communities. In a previous meeting, it was brought up that some council members didn't feel it was right for all taxpayers to have to carry the cost of fire response, and that it should be billed to the person who had had the fire. This is a completely wrong viewpoint. No one ever plans to have a fire or have a fire destroy property. That's why fire departments exist. The cost is shared by all, as it might be you that needs them the next time. After all, if everything always went to plan, there would be no need for the fire service in the first place. Now onto the proposed definition of human caused, non-human caused, and non-human caused natural fires. This will just create a very messy, very convoluted bylaw that will be full of holes and gray area and open to all sorts of interpretation. All it would take is an overzealous administration to cause a lot of additional suffering to people that have already suffered through loss through fire. And brings to question, who is going to be the person that decides what is billable and what isn't, and what recourse will the residents of the county have if they disagree? Will this result in lawsuits between the county and its residents? Because if this is the case, any cost recovery will quickly become negated. In the meeting, Chief Chalopé touches on what he considers human caused and non-human caused. For example, when talking about a holiday trailer going down the road and sparking fires, and that a wheel bearing would be non-billable, but dragging a chain would be. Just in that scenario, it can get messy. What if they thought the bearing wasn't greased at the proper interval? Would they require recent maintenance records? What if the trailer chain had broke off instead of falling off? Would they try and bill the manufacturer? Would they need specifications on the chain to determine if it was the correct gauge for the application? Also, traveling a provincial highway. What if the person isn't a resident of the county? Would they try to bill them? Would we even have the jurisdiction to do so? That's just in one scenario, and I'm sure I can come up with many more. Other questions, what if the person that lights the fire isn't a county resident? What if you have someone renting your land that lives in another area of the province? Would they try billing the landowner or the land renter? What if there's a squatter on your property that you didn't know about and they light a fire? What if the fire is on someone's property, a retired senior, for example, that could never pay for any firefighting bills? This goes back to my earlier comment that firefighting is a shared cost among all, and the assumption that the insurance is the go-to fix isn't a well-thought approach either. Have you ever had to deal with an insurance on any matter? It's far from being the answer that you think. And that's if you're able to get the insurance in the first place. There's no guarantee of that either. You see where I'm going with this. All the potential gray areas and holes. If council is so very obsessed with charging for the fire service as an alternative, I think the only way you could ever do it is black and white fashion would be to prove wrongdoing, such as someone intentionally ignores a fire ban or an OHV ban and lights the fire. Other than that, it's going to get ugly. I would suggest that council prepare for every single billed incident to be appealed before them. Another aspect that was not discussed was the loss of confidence in the fire departments. There's a very good chance that people will be reluctant to call in fires, as they will be rightly concerned on whether they will receive a bill for the fire department showing up. People will stop regarding them as help when they need it most, and will start seeing them as just another layer to their problems. This would be disastrous to the area fire departments, as they are staffed wholly by volunteers, friends, neighbors to the fire victims. And I'm sure they wouldn't want to be put in that position. You have one chance to get this right, and what you're suggesting is far from the best route. Remember, you have to look at what you're deciding and ask yourself, what you're doing going to make life better or worse for residents of the county? As presented, this will make things much worse for the people affected by it. If you'd be interested, feel free to contact me. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this more. After having the weekend to further think on this, I have a couple more thoughts. I find it a bit troubling that there really wasn't any discussion about whether the county should even be looking at billing the residents for emergency services, only discussion on how to implement it. Watching the meeting, it strikes me that there are counselors that are for billing as much as possible. Unfortunately, the one thing I didn't see was the pay structure and penalties for not paying. The residents of Thorhill County I spoke to said before it was squashed there, the county would issue a bill, you have 1 month to pay it, and then was an 18% added to your land tax. There's a very real possibility of losing your property or having to sell it over a fire bill. When multiple fire departments are dispatched for a call, the cost can add up incredibly high. Talking at the coffee shop this morning, I heard that there was someone in Grassland Atmore facing this very thing right now. Seeing how parts of council seem almost determined to implement this, how about an alternative? Cap it at 5,000. Something. This way the residents can feel secure in the knowledge they aren't going to receive a bill in the tens of thousands of dollars and up. And don't have to worry about losing their property over a fire bill. And the county can still have its cost recovery. By the way, I'm still not happy about that term. Call it what it is, billing the taxpayer for services they've already paid for years and years through taxes. And then instead, they can have fines or something for those that ignore a fire ban or RHV ban, or people that have blatantly ignored regulations. I still think it's a very bad idea to place the burden on the residents of this county, especially with the tax hikes already affecting people. People that have lived here for years, decades, generations, and have all paid the taxes the entire time will now face a huge bill or losing their places when they're hit with an insane bill from fire services.
Thank you.
A follow-up to
Councillor
that.
Cromwell, thank you. Is there a lot more because we're running out of the time allotment?
I believe I have 10 minutes with the procedural
We're
bylaw.
getting there.
Some other points I forgot to add is they really don't touch on, and I'd like to see answers to. Again, we briefly did talk about that. What if the person who starts the fire is not a resident? What if they're a visitor or traveling through? Are you going to go after the resident or a non-resident? What about the people again squatting on the land? So that brings me to the first of my questions. How will investigations increase or the associated cost for them to prove or disprove intentional or negligent cause affect our budget and what we're going to do? That is my first question toward the chief.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell. So I'm going to start with a statement before I answer the question, just because there is a misconception. For over the last decade, we've had fees in our fire service bylaw. Billing is not new. This is something that we've had for a very long time. In February, when we came forward, we came looking to council's guidance to give us some guardrails in terms of what we want that to look like, because these fees have been there. So in the letter of the bylaw, that's maybe not been consistently applied. We should have been billing for everything for a very long time. So the purpose of this bylaw or this policy is not to establish a new process. It's actually to, again, set those boundaries so we don't have the overzealous administration that you spoke of. In terms of investigating fires, we currently do budget for fire investigations. We have some investigation staff or personnel on staff that are qualified. Anything that's beyond the scope of our staff, we contract it out. And this is done for all structure fires right now.
Okay, what about non-structure fires?
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, if we are going to be pursuing billing, the fires are investigated by a qualified investigator. Again, we would bring in a external or using internal qualified staff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Shalapay. Is there any further questions? that you
Oh,
may have?
definitely.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Page 55 of our agenda, this has a human related as a billable cause currently with the $7,500 cap. Speaking about electrical or mechanical failure. However, during the August 19th Committee of the Whole meeting at 3 hours and 30 minutes into the meeting, I believe it was Chief Shalapay that stated mechanical failures, structure fires, not arson, bearings are not human caused and will not be billed. At 3 hours and 32, direct accurate emission, talking about a wire defect is not your fault. Mechanical failure is not your fault. But now we're saying under the revised bylaw, the way I'm reading it, If your wiring fails on your freezer and lights your home on fire, we have no cap on the fire, so we can bill you up to $88,000. I'm picking a number here for fire response because the wiring in your home has caught fire. And
Councillor Cromwell, I believe in our last conversation, wiring in the home would not be something that was, it would be that part of the cap. if I'm
That's
not
what we
mistaken.
had talked about yet on page 55 in red on the new bylaw. Human related, which means an incident that is not human caused and occurs as the direct result, or sorry, indirect result of human activity or human made thing, i.e. mechanical or electrical failure, is now on here for the line item, human related fires with a $7,500 cap. I bring that up because we spoke about that and that not to be billed, yet in the way the bylaw is now written, it has it in there, policy, whatever. It has it now written in there as a billable issue. So that's why I'm quoting the times in the meeting where we talk about that not being billable, yet in our revision here today, we're talking about it being billable with a current $7,500 cap.
Would Chief Shalapai like to respond?
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, I will admit that I misspoke at the last meeting and we didn't have the clarity documented. I made the revisions as I understood the council direction. If that was incorrect, I apologize and we can make amendments.
Okay. There has to be a difference between intentional and unintentional. You intentionally ignore a fire ban. You intentionally do not ensure that your previous burn is out. You intentionally do not get a safe burning permit and insert blank happens. You don't unintentionally need to be responsible for a bearing, a wiring failure, a combine, a hay bind, a baler fire. Your chain breaking in the middle is not your fault. Our definitions are not sufficient enough to be put in play. I fully believe that human caused is intentionally set, intentionally ignored rules and regulations, and therefore caused an issue. You need to be responsible for your blatant negligence, and I know we don't want to use that word, for your blatant at-fault fires. However, for your human-related things that are out of your control, for your natural caused, for your undetermined, you should not be. In the spirit of time here, I'm going to cut a few of my examples out, but from what we talked about at our last meeting to today, it is different. I think we need to talk about it again. I think it needs to be revised. And I understand very much that we do have a billing structure in place, and we always have. And the idea of this policy is to safeguard our residents and make sure that we don't hit them with unfathomable bills for fire response and fire recovery. I completely understand that. However, as the county has, and we've already heard in this room, has not been consistent in that billing for years and years, and it changes. We'll bill, we won't bill. We won't bill for a long time, then we'll start to bill. Now we're trying to make a policy to guide the train along. I don't think we're ready to do it. I think we can bring this back to our next COW meeting, have another discussion about it, get better examples of definition, because you're not at fault for the wiring in your freezer. You're not at fault for your bearing. And
As a point of order, Madam Chair. We are well past double the time allotment.
Thank you. Is there a way you might be able to quickly wrap up what you need to say and then we can continue with the questions from the rest of council?
we need to be very clear and only billing our ratepayers for intentionally and proven fires. And if we cannot do that without 100% certainty, then we are not doing a service for them. We are causing an issue for them. And the inconsistency of administration past should not be the fault of our ratepayers today.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may, respond a little bit to the, as you mentioned, inconsistency. The point of bringing these policies forward is to have a consistent method of doing things. And I commend Travis Shalapi and the crew for making something into what I think is very workable. Policies are not, as was mentioned in the earlier comment, one chance to get it right. Policies are a guide and they can be looked at any time. So this isn't something that is beat all end all. They can definitely be brought back to the table as we know, we are supposed to go through our policies once every 4 years. And we can, if there's something that we find that's not suitable, that can definitely be brought back to the table at any time. When you mentioned the human related definition, human related means an incident that is not human caused and occurs in the indirect result of human activity or human made thing, whether that be mechanical or electrical failure. In the policy, it also says if an incident is determined to be human related, response charges shall be capped at 7,500, and that's something you would like to see as 5,000. I just wanted to confirm.
I believe the recommendation from some of the ratepayers was to cap it at 5,000. I don't believe that a resident needs to be at fault for a bearing, for a wiring problem, for a chain breaking in the middle. That should be non-billable.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yep, as time is going on, I understand completely. We do have a delegation here. I think this is probably a conversation that we will hold over
I
until.
would move that we table this item until after the delegation scheduled at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much. And on that motion to table until after our delegation, all those in favor? Thank you, and I see no opposed. Thank you. Need some water, Counselor Cromwell? I had to tease you a little bit. That's why I'm teasing you. No, I appreciate it. I understand that, they want to have their voice heard. I understand.
Yeah.
And we have our delegation, which is 5.1 of our agenda for the service levels review. And It's Logical is here in Zoom to present the report. I think we should probably start with introductions. And on my right,
Good morning, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake
Morning.
Island Lake area.
Morning.
Good morning, Natasha Kaptanik from Division 2, Collington, Minnook, and New Pine Creek.
Good morning, welcome Gary Cromwell, far north, up to and including the Wandering River area. Thank you for coming out today, kind of.
Mia Wallach, Division 9.
Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prospeda areas.
Brian Hall, I live in Division 4.
Ashton Anderson, I reside in Division 3.
thank you, good morning and welcome. Tracy Holland, Reba Athabasca County, as well as Counselor for Division 5. It's nice to see you again. We also have Jordan Schenkelberg, and we have Ms. Angela Kars-Marschuk, Communications Coordinators. We also have Ms. Leah Blair, our Recording Secretary, Mr. C.A.O. Beck, as you well know, and we also have with us from the press, Cole Brennan with the Town and Country. And yeah, if you'd like to go ahead with your introduction and go ahead with your presentation, please.
Great. Thanks all. And it's great to see everyone, although virtually. The plan originally was to come up, but for such a brief presentation and had some things fall through, I have to be here this afternoon. So logistically, it wasn't going to work. So thank you for giving me the time, albeit virtually. I'd like to start out all of these presentations with a bit of gratitude. I want to thank everyone for their time that they devoted to this really important work. And thank everyone that is, doing their best that they possibly can in what are troubling and not troubling, but challenging times for us in public service. I have a lot of gratitude for people that do what I think is really meaningful work for our community. So thank you for that. I'm going to go through a presentation, which I think you already have, and I might not be going word for word over each slide with your with your approval of that. I don't like reading off the slides, so I have some notes that I'm going to be working from. But please, along the way, if you need any clarification on a slide or you want to ask a question, please feel free to ask it. I'd rather you ask it and have it answered than forget to ask later. After my presentation, of course, any questions at all that come up, I'd be thrilled to respond as best as I can. It's great to have your administration in the room because they played a really big role in this work as well. So, questions for them. And with that, if there's no questions up front, I'm going to dive into the presentation.
I don't see any hands up, so please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. I also forego on my introduction, but I guess there is press in the room. So for the benefit of if this goes into your paper, who am I? I'm Kelly Rudick. I have 35 plus years now in local government in one way, shape, or form. My last paid position in a municipality was the Director of Corporate Planning for Strathcona County. In 2019 February, I went out on my own, ventured out into the private marketplace as a consultant for local government. And I gave myself a couple of years to see whether or not I had something of value to provide to the sector. Here we are more than 6 years later, so I feel good about being embraced by our sector. Most of my work is with strategic planning, but I've also done work on every parts of the strategic planning framework, corporate business plans, department business plans. Likely what perhaps I'm most known for is implementing priority-based budgeting, which is a different way of looking at allocating our resources towards programs as opposed to maybe sticking closely to a line item budget. So with that, I'm going to attempt to share something, and I'm hoping it goes seamlessly for you. I'm hoping you're seeing the first slide of what was provided to you previously.
You bet. Looks great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now it's whether I can navigate it, which seems to be working as well. So to start off the work, a request for qualifications was sent out by your CAO, looking for someone who could help out with this work. And in the requirements of that work, we're doing interviews with council and staff, providing an inventory of your current services, looking at the capacity in each area. And the thing that excited me the most, and I have a very big bias towards this, is looking at how well those services align to your strategic objectives in your strategic plan. There was also coming out of that was supposed to be recommendations on maximizing service delivery or some efficiencies in the organization, and how best to meet or exceed the strategic municipal objectives in your plan. Like I said, I have a soft spot for that alignment to strategic objectives. In times of constraint or challenging times, especially, I think that this alignment piece can be hugely critical to getting the most value out of our current services. I have been seeing a lot, and you would have seen this in your term as well as with your colleagues around the province. The public is their appetite for seeing tax increases has waned. And I think it is incumbent upon us to really ensure and tell the story to our public that we're looking to maximize the value with our current services and our current complement of resources. So I think this alignment piece, really done well and with some diligence, could really be crucial in delivering that maximum value. I think looking at your strategic plan in this way really enhances that focus, allows us to be really a lot more disciplined if we stay focused on those priorities. If it becomes part of our narrative with our public, I think that adds a real bit of clarity. I think sometimes our public does not really understand what we do and how we do it. So all of this work, but especially that alignment piece, will be important. And I think this is I wouldn't want to put any pressure on council or administration to have this thought that all of the recommendations that are coming forward are something that could happen overnight. I think what I would envision for the organization and for council is to kind of embrace a longer term approach to trying to fulfill these recommendations. And there'll be some talk later on how we might go about doing that. Any questions yet?
Nope. Oh, nope. We don't have a hand up yet, but thank you.
All right, great. So one of the pieces was talking about how to improve effectiveness. And I think this added level of clarity that we're going to get out of this work is really going to help. We now have identified our services that we provide. So your administrative team went away and rolled up their sleeves, asked the people that work with them, what is it that we do on a day-to-day basis? And you'd actually really be, well, maybe you wouldn't be, but I'm sometimes a little surprised at some municipalities that don't have that yet. And it's a really very important part around that clarity when we're talking to our stakeholders to know what it is that we do. So we've identified 174 unique services that we provide across the different departments and areas that are within our organization. And so I think that we also took that next step to define them. And the team was challenged to define them in a way that could be well understood by your public, as opposed to maybe sometimes we fall back on internal speak. And sometimes the things that we understand really well don't translate good for someone outside of subject matter expertise. So that was done. And so that helps us a lot with that clarity, like I said, and that understanding with all stakeholders. One of the things that I noted in the interviews with both council and with administration was one of the things I think that we could be doing more of is looking at some time devoted to training in our most impactful, valuable, or aligned services that we provide. And sometimes those areas might not be things that necessarily the public would see touching them on a day-to-day basis, but would be more facing towards the organization, something like leadership and some training on corporate planning. So how are we going to be the best version of ourselves as an organization? Another thing that came across was perhaps we need to up our game as far as budget knowledge across the organization. But one of the areas that did come up, and not surprising for a county, and this is across the board, I work with a lot of counties in the province. Not surprisingly, roads is one of the areas that came up. So, this will come up later in some of the other slides around some of the themes that arose during the interviews as well. And another area is maybe strategic execution. So, like a lot of other municipalities, this is across the board, whether rural, urban, we seem to be losing out that strategic time to make sure we're spending our time in the most appropriate ways. We've gotten really good at being reactive to spur of the moment requests of us, and it's come at the expense of being really strategic with our time, effort, and our resources. Another area is, and I understand we're making some headway here, we have a new communications plan. So that was another thing that came up that I think we could look to be getting better at, which would help out everyone, all the stakeholders, in letting people know what's going on in the most effective way. And I mentioned priority-based budgeting earlier. This is something that maybe could show up in one of your upcoming either corporate or department plans to consider. Priority-based budgeting is, for me, one of the ways to budget that really hones in on that alignment of what we do to the things that we want to achieve. It kind of moves us away from the traditional line item budgeting and just getting really good at costing the things that we do year to year. You still have to do that. But the next level of value is ensuring that the things that we are doing are in alignment with the things that we want to achieve. And priority-based budgeting helps do that in a really big way. As far as efficiency goes, every one of your areas now within those 174 services has also some scoring as to how impactful what that service is to moving the needle on our pillars within our strategic plan. And so when you do that, and we also have asked them to gauge how much time is spent in each one of those. So we have the two factors, alignment and time. When we have those, the most efficient way that we can be moving the needle on our priorities is to ensure that we try to spend as much time as possible in the most aligned and most valuable areas. So every area now has a sliding scale, or they have a list of the things that they do, and they have the ability to look in there to say, can we reallocate some time from this lower valued area to some place that we know that's going to be more impactful? And sometimes that's not possible just because of some expectations in that lower valued area, whether it be another order of government is compelling us to do it through legislation or whatever. But this new data is something that we can use to at least consider some reallocations. So for me, that's the biggest efficiency we can have. We don't necessarily have to jump to adding more resources. We could try to tweak the resources that we already have. But if we do get into a position where that reallocation just isn't possible, we should still use that data to understand where the most valuable area is if we do decide we need to add resources. And coming up later in the presentation, I think that I've got some recommendations on where those areas might be right now. Another thing that we can do to improve efficiency is take that strategic time, like I suggested, to complete master plans, policies and procedures that help inform that long-term strategic decision making. So, you know, recreation master plans. I know we've started a lot of work in our infrastructure related areas. Those plans will be hugely informative on what we should be doing in the future, how best to spend our time, effort, and resources to get the biggest bang for our buck. The other thing is more cultural. I think, like I said, sector-wide, I've been seeing not just us, but every one of your colleagues seems to be struggling with this ability to take a disciplined approach to looking at our strategic long-term goals rather than being reactive to things that hit us, you know, right on our way to work that day. Or for council, you know, you're heading into the council meeting and you get somebody that calls you, and that just seems to be top of mind for us. And it's very natural for that to happen. But kind of maybe longer term thinking would be we could make some incremental improvements on being more disciplined on our strategic priorities that are in that strategic plan. Anyone have any questions so far?
Nope, everybody's listening very intent.
Okay, I assume there's some notes being taken and maybe I'll get hit up with questions after. That's fine too. Another area that we were asked to look at was responsiveness, and wasn't really necessarily part of the work, but I know there are performance measures that a lot of the areas have, whether that's planning and development, I think, are compelled by legislation. I think the MGA has some turnaround times, or their area does, whether it's a discipline or a profession. You know, there's some things in finance that we have to do. But where we have performance measures, I think it's really important to look at the trends as opposed to a point in time. For me, a good example that we encountered in the past, in my time in Strathcona County, one area was getting really overreactive to some complaints that were happening in the springtime. And so I think it was in planning and development was on weed inspection for some reason. Maybe it was unsightly. So most of their unsightly complaints would happen in the spring. And so they were taking people off of their regular duties to amp up resources in the spring. And I guess what happened though was we found out that it was one in particular incident. One weed was prolific one year, and we overreacted to that. It wasn't a trend that we were seeing. It was a point in time. So they had to dial the needle back on the resources in that area just the next year because they weren't seeing it. So I guess don't be too sensitive to points in time, looking at trends. I think some training in customer service, maybe specifically for local government. I understand from our senior leadership team, there's a lot of people that are relatively new to local government. So, you know, we don't necessarily have that baked into our DNA just yet. And that goes for everyone outside of your senior leadership as well. I think there's something to be said about customer service that is specifically within our sector. And this will come up, and it will show up in more specific department recommendations that have showed up. But I think there are some service areas that we are providing right now that are discretionary in nature. And when we looked at the alignment scores, they actually don't have that strong of an alignment to our strategic goals, we may want to consider either turning the dial down on those areas. We may even want to consider getting out of them so that we can reallocate that time to somewhere, again, that's a little bit more valuable and aligned at this moment in time. There also might even be some sort of a private provider or a community association that could take that on for us. So sometimes we just roll up our sleeves and get things done. But without this look at our alignment and whether it's discretionary, sometimes, you know, we're trying to do the public good, but sometimes it isn't as necessary or as aligned as something else that we can do. So specifically around staffing, in general, I would say we're very comparable to a lot of other places out there, considering our size and considering our, you know, the makeup of our community, in that we're very, you know, we're very big. We have a lot of roads. We have a lot of rural infrastructure, like a lot of other counties. And with the caveat that I would always be recommending, instead of adding staff, looking in that area to see if we can reallocate away from some things that might not be as aligned or as valuable. All that being said, there are some areas that did come up as potential candidates for, in my opinion, and this is given the interviews with all stakeholders, and then the work through the alignment pieces, et cetera. It looks like agriculture could be an area that might require some more resources. Insurance came up as well. That might need some more capacity. It's a really highly aligned area with our strategic pillars and goals. HR, and I don't necessarily see staffing in HR, although you would always want to look at that because it's HR is an area that has impacts across the whole organization. And this is especially challenging, though. But I would always encourage, we're probably doing it, and it's probably kind of a moot point, but we'll always try to fill those vacancies and improve our ability to reduce absences and turnover rates. Economic development, I think it seems that it's an area that requires a little bit more of a certainty in the mandate that they are asked to deliver on. And then given that more certainty, there may be some potential to look at increased resources there. And recreation is a bit of a tough one for us, and it always is in the county environment. But I think it's something that should be on our radar for potentially more resources. This wasn't really part of the scope or anything, but that comes with some sort of conversation, of course, with your partners in the region about what that might look like as well. But yeah, there's more specific recommendation in a tool that was provided to each area called observations and recommendations. So each individual area got a piece delivered by me when I looked at their alignment and their time allotment scores, and made a series of recommendations and observations for them. All good, or does anybody have any questions for me at all?
I just did a quick glance. No, everyone is still listening very intently. Thank you.
Okay, great. Captured audience. That's awesome. So like I said, going back to the requirements of the RFQ, every area now has an initial inventory of services that they currently provide. And I say initial because I would always give the encouragement to look at this periodically. So sometimes if we don't look at them, you probably see this in your policies and procedures. For council, it's bylaws and things. Like if we don't stay on top of them, sometimes they sit there and they get stale. This is something that I would strongly suggest doesn't become stale, that we look at it periodically. Just suggested that we use comparable municipalities when we develop the inventory. So Woodlands County, Lacombe County, and I threw in city of Fort Saskatchewan, knowing that they're not a county, and there was some service differences there, obviously, but I think Fort Saskatchewan did a particularly good job of identifying the services in their area, because they did it being mindful that they wanted to go down the road of priority-based budgeting. So they did that. Yeah, so when we looked at time allocation and strategic alignment, every area now has the ability to, and this is again something that I would be from time to time look at. They benchmarked how much of their total FTE complement was devoted to each one of those service areas. They also, like I said previously, they scored for alignment to your strategic pillars and goals in your plan. And this is where I would suggest the owners of that area, or the senior leadership, would be looking at both this alignment and this percentage of time spent, and looking to get the most value out of that time spent. So if there are any ability to reallocate, reallocations are very powerful, because they get more horsepower in your most valuable areas without adding more resources. So without any tax implications to your budget. So just in general, some suggestions when we move forward is when we're moving from this strategic thinking, which I think is what we're doing right now, and we've taken an initial step to be a lot more strategic. We have to really kind of move towards this more disciplined approach. And what will happen is both admin and council may have to kind of put on the side of their desks things that they would normally jump to, because it might not be the most valuable use of our time. We need to really start honing in on, and this is sector wide. This is advice that I would be giving to absolutely every client that I would have right now. But as we start doing that from time to time, it starts becoming more and more of a culture, in that we're always looking to maximize that value that we're providing to our community. And at its basis level, the way we do that is with our time management. Make sure that the time that we're spending and the resources that we're expending are going towards those absolutely most valuable things for our community. There's a real natural break right now, because I'm going to get into more specific recommendations. So I'll ask again if there's any questions just yet.
Nope, doesn't look like it so far. Thank you.
All right. So specific recommendations, there were a lot. So I made 28 recommendations, and that's just because I wanted to be complete with everything. And I had in mind that this was again something that's not going to happen overnight. It would be wrong, I think, for me and for council to expect that Bob and team would be able to get after this and in a year they'd be done. I think there are several years of work in these recommendations, and some of them have been delineated by stuff that we could do maybe within a 4-year time frame, and others are, if I say future recommendation, it might fall outside of a 4-year business plan cycle. So there's 28 specific recommendation in the summary report, many more within individual areas. So all the departments had specific recommendations as well. I'm going to go through the recommendations here under the themes that arose during the interviews that were done with council and administration. The themes that I heard were risk, equity, consistency, communication, and training. So under the theme of risk, these are some of the things that I noted. I would definitely consider going forward some sort of risk management policy. So we are not, and this isn't just budget related, this is related to, safety, related to keeping up on top of policies and procedures. Insurance was mentioned earlier. That's something we need to get on top of. So just a general risk management policy. Your CAO right now, I understand, is the the DEM for the entire region. And I think there's an element of risk involved there for us individually to have that person spread so thin with that a big bit of accountability right there. In FCS, I don't want to choose any favorites here, but I will say that FCS did come up very regularly as an area that we are super proud of, and things are going extremely well there. But I understand that our FCSS manager might be transitioning in the near future, so there is some risk there losing that person or that resource, and still being able to sustain that level of excellence. So I think possibly some formalization around that transition and what it might look like, as well as we do have some service provision in that area that I understand could use some more formalized work in the community transportation area. All right. Equity. So the theme of equity, I will tell you that maybe I actually expected to have some of these interviews, and maybe it's because of my past experience with other counties, well, and other municipalities in general. Lots of these interviews lead to, we need more resources, we need more people. And I will tell you that that didn't come across as a theme. It might have showed up in some specific areas, but it didn't rise to the level of a theme. But what did was some equity. So in general, it was felt that we have the right amount of people, but the level of consistency within some of the service areas and some of our staff needed to be up. So when I talk about equity, I think we need to look at prioritizing some of our bylaw, policy, plans, procedures renewal. That needs to be something that is done so that, you know, all the areas are held to the same standard. One area in particular, though, that I think equity came up in, and wouldn't be surprised for everyone in the room, is roads are a big deal for us, obviously. And some areas of our community are feeling that they're not getting the same level of service as others. And it's not necessarily even a number of bodies there, but maybe time spent. But I really think that this roads plan, or there was, like I mentioned earlier, there's some increased emphasis right now on infrastructure and long-term planning there. That will really help. The other thing, though, that I think will help here is back to another slide that talked about training, and I talked about training in roads. I think if we could carve out some time for our more experienced operator to spend some time with some of the more junior operators to try to spend that time to get them up to the same skill level, that will really help. And I don't know what that looks like. That will be on Marshall in that area, and I think some of your leadership to talk about what that might look like. But I think some dedicated time to training would go a long way. As well as I think your future should include an expectation that all departments have a business plan, and that those business plans align strongly with both a corporate plan and a strategic plan. So I would put a priority on upping our game, I guess, at the department level with this long-term planning. From consistency's sake, I don't know if it's embedded in this or not, but in this presentation, but I get a lot of mileage from what I call a strategic planning framework. And included in that strategic planning framework are kind of the levels. There's a tiered level of priority and of direction to everyone in our organization. It starts at the very top from our community that feeds into our strategic plan from our council. But I think we need to then take that council direction and get more sophisticated with a corporate plan and a department plan. And then, like I said, consider possibly in the future a priority-based budget. And so as if we do decide to go down that road, as we're making strides in this strategic planning framework, we need to ensure that the whole organization learns about that and learns how it's important and the clarity that it provides. The other thing that we need to do, and it was mentioned before, but we should all prioritize filling the current vacancies in our org chart. But when we do that, we should always not just fill a body to fill a body the way it exists on our org chart right now, but to really kind of test for how well that current position aligns with, you know, the work that we're doing and the priorities that we have. Always give yourself that ability to be flexible to up that value of that resource coming, and do that every time. And I would really love to see part of our future on a consistent basis is continue to go back to this work that we did with myself and your organization to look for those reallocation opportunities first, rather than pulling the trigger on you know, a new body or a new FTE. We may come to that point, but I would strongly encourage that we come to that point after doing the work, seeing if there's any reallocation opportunities. As far as future recommendations, I would say I would look to do this scoring effort again. But what I would do is, and not surprisingly, this scoring shows up in a priority-based budgeting effort. And that effort also includes kind of a corporate filter. So right now we've asked individual areas to score their own services. And sometimes there can be a bias involved where they overscore. I would say I didn't necessarily see that with you guys. I actually saw what was less common, but can happen, is that people underscored because they didn't really see a fit that could possibly have been there. So what this corporate effort does is take that department scoring, and it allows someone to look at it from across the whole organization's viewpoint and approach these departments and suggest where they may want to give it a lower or a higher score from their perspective, and just talk about why the number was what it was, and give that opportunity for a rethink. The other thing that you could consider when you're looking at these services is adding some more criteria for scoring. So we did what's traditionally called a results scoring, and that's aligned to your strategic, your pillars and your goals. The next iteration could include things that are called attributes. So you could score your services based on how much of the community was impacted by that service. You could add a degree of cost recovery. So some of our services that we provide have the ability to recover costs and some don't. You could look at a degree of mandate. So some of the things we do are dictated by the province, some by the feds, some by our professional standards. But other things that we look at are just something that we've imposed upon ourselves, whether that be through policy or through like a best practice. So there's a degree of mandate there that's interesting to look at when you're looking at these reallocation opportunities. And the other one that's interesting is reliance on the county for provision. And I kind of hinted at it earlier that there may be some things that we're doing that, you know, could be something that the private marketplace could do, could be something that maybe a community association does for us. But when you add this criteria over and above the results, you know, it does take some effort to get there. But there's some really interesting things that happen when you look at overall scoring, and that value piece is enhanced when you add this criteria. Specific recommendations from the summary report. So I also provided a summary report, which I think was provided to you earlier as well. Communications, it's an area that comes up not just with you guys again, but across our sector. I understand there's a new policy that's coming, and so I would look closely to that communications plan or policy. And I understand actually there's been a very recent new resource as well. So there's some exciting things that can happen here, but I would again always look to those future changes aligning to our strategic goals and pillars, and look to maximize the value. So there's a really big opportunity here. As far as training goes, senior leadership, I think there's an opportunity for them to, really up our strategic game, and some of the things that have come up earlier. So there's some areas in like leadership, communications, and budgeting that some training could happen, and this is mostly internally. Like these are things that I think that we can do in-house. Again, I was talking about with your most senior operator to train others so that we can get a consistent level of performance. And again, just it's going to become, I hope I'm not becoming redundant here, but it is important. When we do look for time to train, it's going to come, possibly from reallocating away from areas that are least aligned. But I don't want to oversimplify that either, is that when we start doing these reallocations, there are going to be impacts in those areas. So that'll come back to that more disciplined approach that we all have to have, that, there will be impacts to our services that we may need to answer to, but I think it's a very well substantiated answer if we say, we're just looking to get the most bang for our buck. We're looking to reallocate to areas that are most aligned and most valuable. So one of the future recommendations here could be where we do see those adjustments, or say we come up with an initiative training wise that's going to take a lot of time and effort. That would be an example. But anything new that has impacts on our time, effort, and resources, we could consider capturing those recommendations in a kind of a business case format. And we could leverage this same kind of scoring criteria and attach to those new things. So that, we would look to support the very most valuable thing. And maybe depending on, what our budget is and what our time constraints are as far as capacity, we may be only able to do 1 or 2 of those a year, and the others may show up in future years. So some more general recommendations, and some of these are going to be somewhat repetitive because I've probably mentioned them already. It is my very sincere hope that this work starts influencing even this year's budget. So I don't even know, maybe we've already started talking about the budget. I know when I was in Strathcona County, it seemed like an 18-month process that just kept rolling and rolling. We talked about it all the time, but seems earlier and earlier in the year we talk about budget. The hope is this work that we're doing here will even impact this year's budget. Consider possibly added capacity in those areas that were mentioned before. I wonder if this work starts the idea of a Made in Athabasca leadership program. So I've seen other leadership programs that are very specific and unique to their own culture. Whether we have some values work that we've done, or, there's some really interesting things you can do with experiential learning. Maybe take some big program or some big project that we've done that we can learn from in-house, but from a leadership lens. I would suggest creating a suite of documents and a suite of plans to emulate that strategic planning framework I suggested, like a corporate plan and a department series of department plans. Strongly consider implementing priority-based budgeting. And as far as reserves, if we're going to up our game strategically, and if we don't have them already, which I don't think we do, maybe there could be things like a strategic objectives reserve or a strategic initiatives reserve considered. And the other thing that I would hope is that we do have an election cycle hitting us right away. It would be really great if somehow this work showed up in that next strategic planning session with council. Because I think this alignment piece there's two pieces to it, of course. Council telling administration what they feel the pillars and goals are to be aligned to, and then administration responding accordingly. But I think it would be helpful for council, if the next iteration of council, if they knew, what we were trying to align to right now, they would see the things and that we're doing and how well they aligned. That might inform them on, well, maybe we need to rethink the things that we have administration aligning to, because there just seems to be a little bit of a mismatch in their perspective. So just some thought around including that in some way in the next strategic planning session with the new council.
Awesome.
So with that, I'm certainly open to any questions that you have, and thank you for your attention for what turned out to be a pretty lengthy conversation.
No, we appreciate that. Thank you very much for the thorough report and the summary that you have provided to us, and your presentation here. I know the one thing that popped out when you had said 174 services. I knew there was a great deal of services, but it's nice to have that number identified, and gives the public a bit of an idea on how much goes on in the county. Go ahead, please, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, 174 services is a lot. Like, that's a lot under, especially one umbrella. I did expect to see an inventory of the services currently being provided, though. Just wondering when we can expect to see that list and how they're aligning or how they were scored, that kind of thing. I think
Sure.
all members of council, that's one of the things that we were really looking forward to seeing, was the actual list and seeing kind of how they were prioritized or how they aligned with our strategic plan.
So I think the conversations with individual areas, so they all have their individual list right now. But the way it has typically shown up with other municipalities that I've worked with is they would take the work now and it would show up on a website in a really visual way for both council and for the public to see, wow, look at all the different things that we're doing, right? So I expect, in very near term, that you'll see that list, and not only will you see it, but your public will see it as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else with any other comments, or please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Kelly, for this work so far. It's Brian speaking. Is there a next step now with this work, or is this it?
My involvement, this is it, but certainly there are numerous next steps I think that could be taken. I think your CAO has already been contemplating, what that strategic planning framework looks like, because in those series of recommendations, both with those 28 that came up here, but individual department recommendations, I fully expect that you'll see, year by year, all of the different things that they're going to be building in plans will be related in some way, shape, or form to these recommendations. So whether that be, we're going to tackle not communications, because you've already done that, this is going to be coming up as far as asset management. You may see one service area and decide we need to go further. We need to dig deeper. So, approach a subject matter expert in that area to flush out with more detail what it is you were doing, like following grader operators around, seeing how much time they're spending in different areas. seeing how well that aligns to those plans that are going to be coming forward. So I think this is, I think your term is, I think you suggested a first step. Yes, this is a first step. But I also would say it is an important first step. Before we can go down the road of asking more, more granular questions or more specific questions, we needed to know with some certainty what it is that we were doing. We needed to understand it better internally and externally. But I would really, really strongly encourage leveraging that work in the alignment and time allocation. You guys are one of very few that have that as a tool in your toolbox now, and it can be very powerful going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to weigh in here? As it's been mentioned, this is kind of our first step and our first look at what's happening. And of course, this work will continue. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more and more information coming forward as that work happens. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in? No? Well, Mr. Rudick, thank you very much for being with us here today and for giving us the information you have and the work that has been done. It definitely sets, a pace for, and a roadmap pretty much for everybody to go forward and really continue the work that we're anxious to see happen. I think the level of service has been, review has been on our radar for some time. So we really appreciate seeing this here today and going forward for sure.
Hey, thanks to everyone there. I would be remiss if I didn't say how it's been a real pleasure. Sometimes these can be a little bit of a more, I wouldn't say contentious, but this has been a very enjoyable experience. I think you guys all have your community passion came forward, both administration and council. And those that are looking for re-election, I wish you luck and thank you for putting your name forward for extended public service. It's been my pleasure to work with you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. We look forward to hopefully being here to continue this good work. Thank you. All right. Is there no further? Okay. We will say goodbye for now and safe travels to you and thanks again.
Be well. Thanks, everyone. Bye now.
Oh, sorry. Yep, for sure. Yep. Thank you. Thank you again. Take care. If we could take a recess for probably 10 minutes, please, folks, so everybody can have a moment to breathe and do their stretch their legs and personal convenience. Thank you. We're live and we're good to go. Okay, thank you. We just finished our delegation, 5.1 of our agenda, and we will return for 6.2, policy 9105, fire response cost recovery. From my understanding, we do have an amendment on the table to change the title of the policy from fire response cost recovery to fire response service fees. And we also, Councillor Anderson had put forward the recommended motion. We were having a little bit of a conversation, of course. Mr. Cromwell brought some information forward from the public as well, just so everybody knows where we're at. I'll just quickly weigh in on a few things. I do believe in some of the what we heard this morning, there are definitely some misconceptions in understanding the policy. And I know the original policy that we had charged for everything. And so this policy, I believe, really gives us the parameters to work within and does a lot beneficial. It's very beneficial to, I think, to our residents. I do agree that the title, cost recovery, or the phrase cost recovery, does create a bit of excitement, because people think that's 100% in a cost recovery, and that's simply not the case. I think it's also worth noting, we have, when we look at our budget for fire protection, our expenses are 2,918,700 in our budget. And when we look at our sale of service for fire service billing, we budget only for 140,000. We're currently sitting at the end of July, when we look at our financial report here later, 43,708. And what that comprises of is one very large commercial and two very small residential. So our services billing compared to our actual expenses is far from cost recovery, far from it. I mean, we hardly even put a little drop in the bucket. And we also look at our reserves at 500,000 this year to put towards that replacement of all those aging equipment, because once it's purchased doesn't mean we have it for life. We have to continually make sure that that equipment is functioning and doing well and doing what we need to do. And with regards to the human related and with the conversation that we had last time, I believe you hit it bang on with what council had said in the policy. I don't think that there was anything that's missed, unless someone else has something else to say there. And I agree that the $7,500 cap, I think our average, can you tell us again what the average was? I believe it was under 10. I couldn't remember.
Madam Chair, the average is under 10. We were kind of falling right around that $7,500 mark.
Right.
The ones this year, we had one that was at $4,400 and one came in just over 8,000. So
Right.
of the smaller invoices we had.
And that's a cap. That doesn't mean that they're going to go out there and charge $7,500 for every single one. It's a cap. It will all depend on what the services were needed as to what would be charged. So I really encourage the public to review the budget and to reach out to clear up any misconceptions that they may have. We're definitely here to answer those questions and do the best that we can. And I will quit talking. Go ahead, please, Deputy Reed-Mins.
Yeah, I actually absolutely agree with you regarding what we asked for and what happens here. I want to commend administration, especially the chief, for bringing this forward, just due to the fact that it just makes it clear instead of sitting back. We've been sitting around this table as counselors for 4 years, and to my recollection, I think we've had 2, maybe 3 people come in and appeal their charges, which I think is absolutely amazing, because I know we've had more than 2 or 3 fires. And so that tells me that what administration has been doing for the last 4 years, and let me go back to the last probably 20, 25 years that I can think of, has been doing exactly what's wrote in this policy. It's just they put it in writing. Every fire gets investigated. If you have an issue with the fire, if you have issues with the charge, administration, I know, looks at it. I've been on fires and that with my background again, that this has been looked at, and charges have been dismissed or cut down or for many reasons. So this is just put into writing now for better understanding and I again, I commend Chief Chalapai on the job that he's done and the job that he will be doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
I 100% agree. As I said, I totally agree with this policy. You nailed it. You know, our delegations are open to our public if there is someone that would like to appeal. I think it has the great bones of a great policy. That is our job, and I think I'll be in support of it.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
I appreciate the clarification. The billing is not a new thing. It's something that we've been doing, and I think, you know, as we consider the perspectives on this discussion, I think we've done as council and the policy, it's important that we do things that both encourage and make compliance easy at the beginning. And I think that's been one of the paths that our administration has taken as it relates to permits of all kinds. We try to make the compliance, it's easy to do the right thing. And this is set up, in my view, to also not reward non-compliance. And so I think, you know, I kind of view the limits and the response charges kind of like a deductible on your insurance too. Like I don't accept that because you've paid taxes, everything comes for free. We pay insurance on our vehicles and we pay groceries, and, you know, I was saying to Councillor Mins, we've never been to the grocery store and they've said today's on us because you bought here for 30 years. So like from the perspective, I think this can help encourage people to call incidents in to make sure they minimize the cost and get the crews out there as quickly as possible to get it out so that it goes from a small dollar or stays at a small dollar rather than goes to a big dollar. And so the billing is important. I would probably I still would support a slightly higher cap to be slightly higher than the average, but won't propose an amendment. But I do think where billing occurs there, or without billing, you don't have an incentive to follow the rules. And it's important we have that. The question that I had for Chief Chalapai and for, I guess, my colleagues to consider is, do we want to consider distinguishing between items or incidents that are both with and without a permit? So if you have a permit for a burn and it does get out of hand, but you followed the rules, do we want the cap to apply? And do we want to treat that different to the moment where you don't have a permit and you just go burn anyway? And I think that's worth our consideration.
If I may, and just for clarity, when you mention the permits, does it not mention on the permit itself that if it gets away on you, you're kind of on your own? I can't remember, so I'll just leave that with you.
Madam Chair, I can't exactly recall what's all in the full page of dialogue on the back of the permit, but there are some cautionary statements in there. We are looking at revising our permits in the near future as well, so that's something we can ensure is covered there as well. In relation to the question statement from Councillor Hall, on top of non-compliance, if someone's burning without a permit, we also do have penalties in the form of fines.
Okay.
Should they be burning without a permit?
And because I look at this, and if there's an accident of some kind, whether it's a house fire or whatever, in the human related category, we cap it. But if you've done the right things and we followed the right process, and I have a permit for a burn pile, and it does go awry, I guess I feel like having some kind of throttle on that might also be reasonable and help to encourage, which is why I had the preamble about important we make it easy to comply and we encourage people to do the right things, because, you know, with permits, we have some checks that come in there in terms of our departments going out to have a look at the space, is it safe, and then follow up after the fact to make sure those spots have cooled. And if you just bear with me, I'm just looking at my notes. The only other question I think I had is I just wondered if I was hoping Councillor Cromwell would tell us who the author of the letter that we listened to was from.
As emailed to all of council, the primary letter came from a Mr. Randall.
All right, thank you so much. So no amendments coming from Counselor Hall regarding permits. We can revisit that. All right. Counselor Kaptanic.
I just wanted to echo Councillor Hall's sentiment in the idea of having perhaps a lower cap for those who have gone through the process of procuring a permit, and understand that that could be an administrative nightmare as well. But I do support this policy wholeheartedly. I don't necessarily support the number. I, on the opposite side, would like to see a lower cap if we are just choosing a number. I know in other municipalities, some are higher, some are lower as well, and we often compare ourselves to our neighboring municipalities. But I don't, as you mentioned to yourself, the amount of cost recovery to budget is such a drop in the bucket. Is the community questioning the number because it was just presented as it was without any real explanation other than an average of cost. So if we were going to revisit anything, that's what I would look at, is lowering that cap. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is there amendment or just a discussion? Okay, Counselor Cromwell.
All right, so before I begin my 90-second timer, there were two questions that were asked in the first round that have not been answered.
Okay.
How does this apply to non-county residents who are the cause of a fire on provincial highway? So example, again, like said, an ATVer that cuts through your land, catches your field on fire. How do you prove that that was not you, and how does the resident not get billed for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, so there's really two questions there. So first and foremost, if we're unable to determine the cause of the fire, so if ATVs came through, we have to prove it was the ATVs. If it was undetermined, that would be a non-billable fire. As per, we've classified that under 4.3.7.
As Counselor Hall.
Seven,
was motion. Great.
But in pardon me for 1 second here. I want to make sure I don't misspeak. 4.3.4, should the cause of incident be undetermined or natural causes, invoicing shall not be pursued. So if we're unable to determine the cause definitively as an ATV, there would not be pursued invoicing.
Perhaps I misspoke then. We know it was an ATV, you have the ATV tracks, but it was somebody cutting through your land. It was not the landowner. It was clearly an ATV. They have an ATV in their shop. They have ATV tracks in their yard from their usage, but it was not their ATV. It was somebody trespassing on their property, cut through the field, caught it on fire and buggered off.
Well,
That is
I think,
what
yeah.
I'm talking about.
We'll just do a little bit of language, kind of pull back a little bit on that, but with regards to, I think what we're all saying is that if it cannot be proven, it will not be billed.
That's correct, Madam Chair. If it's questionable, we're not going to bill. We're going to err on the side of caution, as administration currently does. And if we cannot be definitively certain on who caused it, we're not going to shoot first and ask questions later. For folks that reside outside the municipality, we will pursue cost recovery if we can. Again, if we can determine a person, our enforcement team can reach out, we can collect information, we can try and send an invoice to their home residence. And I am aware that administration does have a collections agency as on retainer now as well. So we do have a few different options in terms of recovering those costs. But that's a scenario we'll have to explore as we implement this.
And I also will add, I think administration and our fire chief and department has been extremely fair with regards to invoicing. And I don't believe that they're overzealous and taking advantage of situations at all. I think they are very sympathetic and compassionate and are definitely doing what they need to do to lessen the burden. Okay, are we good?
And I would like to make an amendment
This will be the second amendment.
that human-related fire that are not intentionally set, proven, not only be negligent, but can be.
You put your microphone on, please.
Thank you very much. I apologize about that. An amendment that human-related fires that are not intentionally set and proven not to be negligent are capped at $5,000. So from 7,500 to 5,000. Because I know you're not going to agree to zero.
So you would like to change the current, I'm just going to find it in the policy.
Page 53
Thank
in your
you.
current agenda under guideline, Human-related fires are currently set to cap at 7,500.
It's not page 53. Can we try another page, please? Oh, here we go. Guidelines, under the guidelines on page 54. Human-related fire, 7,500 cap.
It's page 53 in my agenda.
I have donations as page 53.
Okay, well, the paper in my hand says 53.
Okay, so page
but
54, you would like to change the human-related fires to be a 5,000 cap rather than a 7,500 cap.
Correct. I'd like it to be 0, but I know that won't pass.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think, go ahead, please, Councilor.
I'm lost on what clause we're amending. I don't actually understand what.
The human-related cap, which was 7,500, so that would be on page 58, 4.3.5. If an incident is determined to be human-related, response charges shall be capped at 7,500. The amendment is for 5,000.
And so we're gonna take a minute to talk about that.
Sorry,
Can we spend a minute
Absolutely.
talking?
would you like to talk about it?
Well, okay, I'll start. I think it's a mistake. 7,500, like, the fines are maximums, not minimums. And so by dropping the minimum down, you take away, you water down the potential impact. And so it's not, when we look at our averages, these things are designed to encourage the right behavior. And I think having it at the higher amount is prudent. And, history will tell us that it's not been overzealously used. And so I don't think that there's a reason to meddle with that particular item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chamsick.
I agree with Councillor Hall. I think that the 7,500 cap, like I said, we're about building a good policy for the future councils as well. And it's a cap, not a prerequisite. So
Awesome.
That's
Okay, thank you. And I also would like to just quickly mention that that number that was chosen wasn't just pulled out of the air. It is based on an average, and I feel that that's extremely fair. Anybody else? All right, I think we should go forward then before lunchtime to have that conversation about the amendments. So on the second amendment to amend 4.3.5 from if an incident is determined to be human-related, response charges shall be capped at 5,000 rather than 7,500. If we're ready to go for that amendment, there's no further discussion. All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, and opposed? We have 8 people here, so that would be 6 opposed. So 6 and 2, that amendment fails. The first amendment, Councillor Chamsick, would like to put the amendment forward for the fire response cost recovery policy title to change to fire response service fees. And I just will quickly note that does match what it is in the budget as well. So it just kind of makes it consistent. So I'm in favor. If we're ready to go on that particular amendment, no discussion. All those in favor? I believe there's no opposed. So that's 8-0. That amendment is passed. So on the Councillor Anderson, as the recommended motion, the council adopts policy 9105 fire response cost recovery with the policy name change to be fire response
Sure.
service fees.
Can I have final word before?
Oh,
you call the
absolutely.
question?
For
Thank
sure.
you. Sorry for cutting in. I thought you were just gonna call it. So, I feel that the policy draft included in our agenda package accurately reflects the conversations we've had around this subject. We have made some really positive changes. We now have a flat rate for the first hour of response, which means that our fire response teams are not going to be vilified for showing up with too much. And I feel like we've seen before where that's happened, and now we're fixing that, we're correcting that so they can roll and have all hands on deck and then assess the scene once they get there. We also have no billing for natural causes. I think we've all heard that nobody should be receiving a bill from a lightning strike or something that unfortunately happens due to nature. There's a cap being implemented for the human-related fires, which we currently did not have. And I think that's something that we should all be really proud of, is having that cap. No cap for the human-caused fires. And I know we've talked about whether maybe not there should be a differentiation between whether they had a permit in advance or not have a permit. And I think that that's one thing that I really wanted to point out is we've ensured that there's a clear appeal process. And those residents who had a permit or didn't have a permit are more than welcome to bring that in as part of their appeal if they so wish. And I do think that councils will take that into consideration. But there is a clear appeal process and there is a clear way that they can bring that to the table and have that heard. So overall, I'm very in favor of the policy and I think it's moving us in the right direction.
Thank you. I believe that we are ready for the question now. Awesome. Thank you so much. So on, Councillor Anderson would like to move the motion that council adopts policy 9105, fire response cost recovery with the title change, fire response service fees policy. Does that make sense? As amended. Thank you. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? We have 7 and opposed, 1. 7 and 1, that carries. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So I didn't want to muddy the waters on the approval of the policy, but I'm wondering if we can test through a motion that I'd like to propose to direct administration to bring us their advice on a revised 4.3.6 to distinguish between incidents both with and without a permit, with the view to limit billing where a permit is in place.
Okay.
So I would like to hear their advice, come back and test that with the table if we want to move ahead or if we don't.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion on the floor?
I can read it again.
It'd be awesome, please and thank you. And we'll
To-
make sure that Leah gets it as well.
To direct administration to bring their advice on a revised 4.3.6 to distinguish between incidents with and without a permit with a view to limit billing where a permit is in place.
Okay, are you okay with that, Miss Leah? Okay. If everybody's, does anybody want to have discussion? No? Okay. On that motion that Councillor Hall read, all those in favor? And opposed? 7 and 1. Thank you very much. All right, next. Oh, I apologize. So we're at a 6 and 2? Yes. 6 and 2. Sorry, thank you, Leah. All right, we are on now to item 7.1, which is bylaw 006, 2025 road closure from the public hearing this morning, page 67 of your agenda. All right. I believe Councillor Anderson, you wish to comment on this?
I'd like to move the recommended motion, please.
To move the recommended motion, and that is to direct administration to forward road closure bylaw 006, 2025 to the Minister of Transportation for approval. Is there any discussion? No? Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? And opposed? You have to vote. You're here now. You have to vote.
No, she doesn't. She's not allowed to vote.
Oh, for the public hearing. Thank you. Yes.
But it should be noted in the minutes that she's.
Exactly. I apologize. It's a public hearing. That's why you move back. Got it. Yep. All right. So we have 7 and I'm sorry, can we raise hands again, please, for the, all right. So it's 7 and 0. Thank you. All right. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Public hearing is different. Absolutely. All right. 7.2 is next, bylaw 020-2025 traffic bylaw, page 73 of your agenda. The recommendation here is that bylaw 020-2025 be given first reading. Would administration like to weigh in on this one?
Madam Chair, as discussed at the Committee of the Whole, this was a labor of love. We put a lot of effort into modernizing the bylaw, addressing some key specific concerns that currently we didn't have the tools to address. And we look forward to council's feedback on it.
Awesome, thank you. Is there, just curiosity, is there any reason why we wouldn't be able to, with council's consent, be able to go through 3 readings on this one? Or would you just prefer to have first reading?
Madam Chair, our administration has no concern with going for all three readings today.
Okay.
But we look to the chair.
Perfect. All right, Counselor Chamsic.
As recommended for first reading, please.
All right. So is there any discussion at first reading? Go ahead, Counselor Anderson.
I did have one question for clarification. On Schedule A for penalties, 5.11 is unattended livestock creates hazard or nuisance on highway. The fines, are they per animal or per incident?
Through the chair to Councilor Anderson, it's per incident.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Can we amend it?
Would you like it amended? You're okay? All right. Is there any further discussion on first reading? I think we're ready to go forward with Counselor Chamsic would like to go forward with the recommendation that bylaw 020/2025 be given first reading. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? And I don't see any opposed, so that's 8-0. If council, yes?
I'll
Deputy,
give second reading.
thank you. Deputy Reed Mins would like to go forward with second reading that bylaw 020/2025, of course, be given second reading. Is there any conversation? Nope, I'm all ready for the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. I believe that's 8-0 and no opposed. Do we have unanimous consent to go forward with third reading? So moved. So Counselor Hall would like to go forward with unanimous consent to third reading. All those in favor? Thank you. I don't see any opposed. And we will move right on to third reading. Counselor Cromwell would like to give third reading that bylaw 020/2025 be given third reading. All those in favor? Assuming there's no conversation. 8-0. No opposed. Awesome. Thank you. All right, next bylaw, 021/2025, the procedural bylaw amendment on page 106 of your agenda package, item 7.3. And I believe, there we go. The recommendation, of course, is to be given third and final reading. Is there any weigh in from administration on this one? Nope. And so do we have discussion for third reading? Are we ready for the vote? All right, Counselor Cromwell would like to go ahead that bylaw 021/2025 be given third and final reading. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 opposed? 6 and 2. Thank you. Next bylaw is 7.4, which is 023/2025, cancellation of planned subdivision on page 113 of your package. The recommended motions here are to give all three readings. Is there, administration would like to weigh in?
I don't have anything further to add, Madam Chair, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Awesome, thank you. So go ahead.
I just want to double check my understanding of the procedure, which is if we were splitting this into two parcels, we would have a public hearing.
Madam Chair, for Councillor Hall's question, if they would be splitting it, it would have to go through the subdivision process, which would go through the subdivision authority for approval. And there is no public hearing
Public
required
hearing,
for that.
okay. And so the second question, which I may have missed, but was there a reaction from the neighboring properties? Did we consult with them on their object? It was late when I looked, so I apologize if you wrote it and I missed it. When we're making changes in a neighborhood, I guess I wonder, is it our practice to consult with the neighbors and get their feedback as well?
Through the chair, for Councillor Hall's question, the adjacent landowners were not notified of this one. We were just, the request was submitted and we prepared the bylaw. So adjacent landowners were not sent any letters.
And just to confirm, that's not a requirement.
No.
Thank you. Right. Go ahead, Counselor Anderson.
I have a question about the future land use of this property. Changing it from 2 parcels to one, does that limit the potential for development of future structures?
Madam Chair, members of the council, it would actually increase.
The went off, sorry.
Oh, I did the opposite. I turned it off instead of on. Madam Chair, members of council, it would almost do the opposite. If you have a larger parcel, it would increase the setbacks and the acres on the land. So you would be able to potentially have more development as long as it meets the requirements of the land use bylaw for setbacks and distances from structures.
And go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Sorry, one other question, then if we're subdividing adjacent to water bodies, and I know this is the opposite. Is it not normally in the practice to put an environmental reserve against the water? And if that's true, then why wouldn't we also do it if we're making adjustments to title in the other direction?
I'll ask Krista to confirm, but my understanding is it's only at the time of subdivision can you take the environmental reserve. And in this case, it's a consolidation, it's not a subdivision, it's done through bylaws. So exactly that, though, if it was the opposite and we were subdividing one lot into two, they would have to dedicate the environmental reserve adjacent to the water body. But in this case, the Municipal Government Act doesn't require it when you're consolidating the lots.
Thank you. You're okay? Answers question, okay. And just quickly for my own clarification, should the ownership of this property change and it's consolidated, can the new owner then subdivide it again?
Madam Chair, members of council, as long as it meets the requirements of our land use bylaw with minimum parcel size and all that, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So, is there any further discussion on the first reading? All right. Is anyone who would like to, I don't think anybody owned that one. Who would like to own first reading? Councillor Chamzik would like to give first reading of bylaw 023/2025. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Okay, I believe we don't have any opposed, so, you're opposed, so 7 and 1. So that moves us on to discussion for second reading. Is there any further conversation for second reading? No, I think we're ready to go. Who would like to own that one? Councillor Anderson would like to give it second reading of bylaw 023/2025. If there's no further discussion, ready for the vote. All those in favor? We have 6 and those, or pardon me, 7 and those opposed, 1. So I think we're just not probably going to go forward.
You should test it.
You should test it? I'll test it. All right. 7 and 1, 7 and 1. Do we have unanimous consent to go
I would
forward?
make the motion to look for unanimous consent.
You would like to do that? All right. So Councillor Cromwell would like to submit bylaw 023/2025 for unanimous consent to do third and final reading. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Oh, he's testing. Very interesting. So we can go forward to a third reading. Is there any discussion? All right, who would like to give third reading? Councillor Kapitaniak would like to give third reading of bylaw 023/2025. All those in favor? Okay, I believe we have 7 and opposed, 7 and 1. Thank you for helping to move it forward, Councillor Hall. All right, we are at item number 7.5, page 119 of your agenda, bylaw 024/2025 road allowance licensing agreement. Would administration like to weigh in here?
Madam Chair, members of council, just to make a comment that the bylaw will allow the applicants to proceed with the peat harvesting within the road allowance, which is what they received development approval for. So this is just making sure that all of the wheels in motion are compliant and align with each other.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion at first reading? Go ahead, Councillor Mintz.
Just wondering, okay, so they're gonna come in there and they're going to remove all the peat out of the road allowance and so when they're done, what are we gonna have left?
Madam
Are we gonna have a lake?
Madam Chair, members of the council, part of their Water Act approval is reclamation, and they would have to reclaim it to pre-development stage.
Oh, interesting.
Did I have to put the peat back?
Dirt.
Perfect.
Interesting.
Thank you.
So when it's kind of peaty and more of a wetland, what happens then? Because I'm seeing some other areas that aren't reclaimed, they're turned into wetlands.
Madam Chair, members of council, I'm not very familiar with what the speculations are for this in particular, especially for the peat harvesting, but it is part of the reclamation and Alberta Environment. They'll have to meet those requirements and make sure that, because Alberta Environment is the one who approved the reclamation plan, so they would have to make sure that it meets that.
Interesting. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Is there any further discussion on, go ahead, Counselor Anderson.
Thank you. In accordance with policy 3525, it says that following an initial review, administration will prepare a policy bylaw authorizing the applicants to use and occupy the road allowance only if the applicant is the registered owner or leasee of land adjacent to both sides of the subject road allowance. And I'm just wondering, they aren't in this case. So have the landowners who are adjacent to the road allowance been notified?
Madam Chair, members of council, the notifications were done at the development permit stage. So for the road allowance, to answer Councillor Anderson's question, no, there was no notification for that. The peat harvesting company did receive the approvals from the landowners to do the harvesting on site and received the approval from the Crown to do the harvesting on the Crown lands. So for this particular bylaw, no, it was not notified, but it was through the development permit, the approvals and the authorizations were granted.
Thank you.
And I understand on the parcels that are being harvested, but the parcels to the east of the road allowance that runs north-south, I'm wondering if those landowners were also notified.
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of council. I can't confirm that. I'd have to check the mapping. I don't have it on hand if that is Crown land to the east. But no, they were not notified during this.
Okay. Just like to say that I'm not comfortable waiving the requirement for a public hearing if we haven't even notified the adjacent landowners that we're doing this, so.
Would you like to make a motion to do a public hearing? Is that something we can do?
I think you have to pass first reading before you can schedule the public hearing.
I'm just curious. All right, go ahead, Counselor Hall.
Don't know, I mean, if how much discussion we want before the motion, but obviously I assume we will see a first reading motion. So in reading this, I also was looking at policy 3521 around clearing of undeveloped road allowances. So I'm wondering if we're able to be provided the timing of when council received notice and approved of the clearing of the road allowance per that policy. Like, how did we get to where we are? And then I have another follow-up question. Because I
Just waiting for him.
Madam Chair, members of council, in the file, when it was given to me, the approval from Infrastructure Services was granted for the undeveloped road allowance, the development within that on July 15th. I'm not sure if it came to council before then. I didn't have that information. Krista, did you have something? Sorry.
So this peat operation was picked up by Aurora. It was already developed and they have been working towards compliance. So they came to us for a development permit application. That's my understanding. So
You just said picked up, so that there's been sort of a change. in
Purchased,
ownership.
yeah, there was
Yeah,
a change in ownership,
since
yeah,
July of last year.
no. But it was already developed. When Aurora purchased it. And then they've been working towards compliance with us and environment.
So the questions that come up for me, I guess, I'm wondering if we have a valid development permit. Given that the request to do that must be made in writing to council prior to doing anything. And then if approved, then an approval will come forward. The other, I think, question that comes up for me, and it's based on sort of an interpretation of this policy where if we're salvaging trees or merchantable timber, which I think, represent a natural resource, there's a payment for those, either to the Crown or to the municipality, but it looks like to the Crown. So the question then comes, if we are licensing the road allowance to harvest a natural resource that has market value, who gets paid for that resource? Are they issuing a payment to the Crown for that resource, or is it just bonus land that they get to farm for no money?
Madam Chair, members of council, I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure where the revenue goes. As my understanding from the policies, administration just accepts the application or takes in the application fee and then proceeds with the bylaw. So I'll have to confirm that for council.
Okay, you're okay? Yeah, I somehow have it in my brain that if there's harvesting of timber on an undeveloped road allowance, those dollars go back to the county, but I could be wrong.
It's the Crown, because the
It's-
Crown is the owner of the road allowance, or according to the confirmation approval of tree removal for payment of timber dues, which I know we're not talking about timber, we're talking about peat, which I don't know what that used to be. Maybe it used to be timber. Maybe not. I don't know what peat is. Goes back to the government and provided. So really the question comes, if we're, if you're the landowner and the peat company is on your land harvesting, I assume that they get a lease payment annually, and that they get, some kind of payment for the harvesting of that resource, because no landowner is letting a peat company in on their land to harvest their peat moss for nothing. And even though this is, small amount of land, because if we're lucky, we're talking about a couple of acres, right? 16.5 feet by. So it's 1, 2, 3 acres. I don't know. I just think we have to get away from resource industries not paying the Crown their share, or at least and again, it's a small amount of land and a small amount of money. So maybe administration's advice would be to just turn the other way and clean the mess up and move on. But I think they're questions that we need to ask, and at least to make a conscious choice.
Thank you. All right, is there any, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Just thinking back to other concerns that we've heard related to the licensing of road allowances. They usually come into play around fencing, but I'm wondering what conditions are in place, or are there any conditions in place to prevent drainage ditches from being installed on our road allowance? Like what is the requirement for access for the public, and are they allowed to just put in drainage ditches across our road allowance? Because are we accepting some sort of liability by licensing it to them? Or is there a condition in place for that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of council, I'm just looking in the development agreement that we have with them. Give me a
We'll
second.
take that moment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's been enough questions raised. I don't think administration would be offended if there was a tabling motion to bring it back to a future meeting.
Appreciate that. He beats you. Deputy, Deputy Reed Mins would like to table this or postpone this to another meeting, to the next council meeting? Postpone to the next council meeting? All right,
Could it just say to a subsequent council meeting?
to a subsequent council meeting. Very good. So to postpone this item, 7.5, to a subsequent council meeting. If that's no further discussion on tabling or postponing, so all those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you. We have 5 minutes before noon. I'm pretty, sorry, lunch is here. Okay, I'm assuming we're going to have conversation on this last one, so we'll break for lunch. And we are at 11:54. If we can return at 11:20, pardon.
We have a big agenda. Can I propose we have a relatively short lunch so that we can get out of here while the calendar still reads the 28th?
Does 25 minutes suffice for everyone? So, yeah, let's just come back at 12:20. Thank you.
Please return to your seat. Pilot.
Ready? Yeah. All righty. All right, 12:24. We'll get started 12:24. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We believe we tabled 2025. So bylaw 026/2025, 7.6, page 125 of your agenda. This is recommended to give all three readings as well. And would administration like to weigh in?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. So as follow-up to the new fire response service fees policy, that work identified that we had some contradictory language in our fire services bylaw, specifically section 12.6 that put all appeals at the discretion of the CAO. So in order to align with the new policy and ensure that the process is clear and we're in alignment between the policy and bylaw, we had to bring forward a amending bylaw to match the language with all appeals over $1,000 coming to council. In opening up the amending bylaw, we have identified some housekeeping issues from when we passed the bylaw back in 2023. Specifically, in the penalties section, we had two that needed a little bit of clarification. We had it spoke to 2 acres. We don't issue permits, open burn permits on lots under 2 acres. In the bylaw, we actually reduced that in the final reading to 1 acre, but the penalty section still referred to 2, so we had to make that amendment there. We had a numbering issue in section 11 when we again made the amendment during the adoption process and added in the exemption of emergency warning flares and scares. It pushed the numbering down, and unfortunately in the bylaw, we did not catch a numbering error. So 3 subsequent bullets were numbered incorrectly, which translated into the fine section not aligning to the actual language. We also added, and I'll flip to the page, if you look, there's offenses under 8.5 and 8.9. When we passed the original bylaw, we did not put any offenses in the schedule regarding burning failure to comply with your burn permit. So as we applied the new bylaw and we ran into situations where folks had permits, but they didn't comply with the permit, we actually didn't have provision to, short of going under a fire control or issuing an order to the landowner, we didn't have any means of remediating non-compliance with our permits. And we also did not have any offense for if we issue an order, there was no specified penalty, so it'd be have to go to court for us to actually process those through. And that had to do with non-compliance to burning requirements. And then in 13.9.8, the offense spoke to participate in activity prohibited by fire control order. We've added in or fire ban just for clarity's sake, because a lot of folks don't associate fire control orders and fire bans. And lastly, when we passed the bylaw, we missed an antiquated bylaw from 1988 regarding fire permitting that the new fire services bylaw supersedes. So ultimately, this was brought forward to, again, fix the appeals section. But in doing so, we've identified some low-hanging fruit per se in terms of housekeeping in the 2023 bylaw.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. On page number, and I feel like my page numbers are out for everybody. Page number 129, 12.6. I think that needs to be changed to match the new title of the fire response service fee.
Yes.
Okay. Just one question here about enforcement when we're talking schedule of fees on the previous page of penalties. Do our CPOs have the authority to enforce the FPPA?
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, we do have on our appointments, we have the Forest Act as well as the Forest Prairie Protection Act, both on our enforcement CPO appointments. And we work very closely with what sections we actually do enforce. So we're not, we're staying in our lane.
Just as a large part of our county is in the green zone to make sure that they are able to deal with that accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Look at that, under 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Counselor Hall.
I'll move first reading with the amendment to under 12.6 to reflect the current policy name, but assuming that, put first reading on the table.
Insights to reflect current policy name. Okay. Is there any discussion? Alrighty, so on the amendment to 12.6, was it? Yep, to reflect the current policy name. All those in favor? Pardon me, the motion to, thank you, I wrote amendment. All right, so we'll reread that, the motion to reflect the current policy name in 12.6. Yep, all right, all those in favor? Fantastic, and I see no opposed, 8-0. On first reading, Counselor Chamzlik would like to, I'm assuming there's no further discussion for first reading or. No, we did the motion.
We
to
we
change.
did first reading with the amendment of the title change in 12.6 is what I heard.
Sorry, I did it as a motion and then there's the reading.
I moved first reading
Okay, oh, very good. All right, pardon me.
with that language
so.
swapped to reflect the current title of the policy.
You did.
So first
Thank you.
reading as amended.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Leah, is that how you've got it in your minutes as well?
I have moved by Counselor Hall that bylaw 026/2025 be given first reading and reflect the current policy in item 12.6.
Thank you. Current policy name, yeah. Okay, awesome. All right. Would anybody like to have discussion on second reading? You will do that. Your microphone is on, Counselor Cromwell. Did you have, okay. If we're ready then for second reading, Deputy Reed Mins would like to give second reading that bylaw 026/2025 be given second reading. We did that. Good. No discussion. All those in favor? We have 7 and 1 opposed, 7 and 1. Shall we test do we have unanimous consent to go to third reading?
Yes.
Counselor Chamzlik, we're going to test it. All right, so the motion Counselor Chamzlik would like to make is to move to second, or to, pardon me, to go to third reading. All those in favor? Oh, and you were in favor? In favor? Thank you. We have 8-0. And then on third reading, Counselor Chamzlik would like to move that bylaw 026/2025 be given third and final reading. All those in favor? And opposed? 7 and 1. Thank you. We are now on to 8.1, which is the financial variance report on page 161 of your agenda. The recommendation here is, of course, to receive the July 31st, 2025 financial variance report and bank statement as information. But before you'll move that, Counselor Mins, Deputy Reed Mins, which is probably deputy. Reed Mins would like to move that, but is there any discussion? We're waiting a question. Don't forget your microphone.
Yes, thank you. Just under page 194. The road construction under contracted gravel haul, there's not very much money charged to that yet. We haven't got we got lots in the budget, but not very much being charged. Is there a reason for that, or because I know we got gravel on the ground?
Sorry,
Line
Councilman,
2257.
which number was that? Which line number was that?
Line 2257.
Oh, there, different page.
Page 194.
Through the chair to Deputy Mintz, we're gonna do more research for that. Right now, it's sitting at 51,000, as you can see. we're gonna have to look with the departments and double check and why it's underspent.
Perfect. No, just thought I'd ask that. Thank you very much.
Alrighty. Does anybody else have anything further? They, go ahead, Counselor Anderson.
So just for clarification, that was 194 of your agenda package?
Yeah, on page 32 of that.
Because it's page 193 in mine, so I'm just wondering if we are actually off by one page number. Okay,
Yeah.
just wondering if anybody else, because I don't know what page I may be missing here.
You're on 194? I'm not sure what happens. Yeah, I know Counselor Cromwell mentioned it earlier. We'll sort that out. We'll just work through this, right? We don't need to stop. Okay, does anybody else have anything to discuss on the yeah, financial variance? All right, I'd like to say thank you very much for the report. Appreciate it. And you know, as we're just a month past halfway through the year, it'll be interesting to see how things play out, but it's looking good. So thank you very much for all the work. So on that, Counselor Deputy Reeve Mins, pardon me, would like to receive the July 31st, 2025 financial variance report and bank statement as information. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? And no opposed. Awesome. Thank you. And we move to 8.2 on page 205 of your package. This is with regards to the count that council schedules special county council meeting on October 2nd. That council cancels the October 21st, 2025 and November 18, 2025 committee of the whole meetings. And that council reschedules the October 30th, 2025 organizational meeting to October 28th, 2025. With department orientations to immediately follow, and that council reschedules the November 11th, 2025 regular county council meeting for November 13, 2025. I just have a quick question on this one, and it would be the time, I'm assuming, for all of those would be 9:30. Okay, so that's just to confirm that. And of course, we all know that with the election coming as well as the RMA, there's need to make changes. So moved. All right, so Counselor Cromwell would like to move the recommended motion. Is there any discussion? I don't want to read it again. It's a tongue twister for me. Is there any further discussion? No. All right, on that motion, the recommended motion from Counselor Cromwell, all those in favor? Rating, I see no opposed. Thank you, folks. 8.3, where are we at here? 8.5, the ATV usage, page 221 for most. Possibly 220 for others. We'll have to find out what happened there. Is there a motion?
Motion to table until the next scheduled committee of the whole meeting.
Okay. Motion to postpone to the next, okay, motion to postpone to the next committee of the whole meeting. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That fails. So we're not postponing. So a conversation can take place or a motion can take place. Go ahead, Counselor Cromwell.
Thank you. Well, then we'll be here to chat. So it's been no secret that there have been over time, more and more complaints about OHVs, dirt bike side-by-sides on county roads and how that impacts residents and travelers alike. And over time, we've talked about things like doing traffic counts where we inadvertently missed adding the ATVs, dirt bike side-by-sides. We have options of posting speed limit signs for OHVs, changing the bylaw to keep OHVs in the ditch, make designated areas in where OHVs are permissible on county roads. Even having a actual public hearing to talk about them is, you know, when when we have our town hall meetings with the RCMP, that is one of the most engaging topics of discussion that we have. I've been sent 21 videos by ratepayers of OHVs that are ripping up and down county roads, cutting through fields onto people's property. I spend time with my children out fishing, and on any night you can have 8 to 10 in a row that are driving at very high speeds, cutting vehicles off on a bridge, cutting through private property. And we are setting up people to fail and get injured. And I don't have a solution yet. And that's why it would be good to do a roundtable and talk about it. But we have to figure out a way to both be able to keep OHVs at a proper and respectable level while being fair to the ratepayers of the county. I'll give you an example. In Wandering River, we have a beautifully built private OHV track that is fantastic for off-highway vehicles, dirt bikes, quads, side-by-sides to go out and enjoy their time on the machines without tearing up the infrastructure of county roads, getting in the way of vehicles, and being in that position of causing harm to themselves and to others. We have been fortunate that there have not been many, if any, OHV accidents in the last few years, which is phenomenal. I know in years prior, one year we had 3 people airlifted from OHV from quad accidents in this, I think, a period of about a month and a half. And, you know, on behalf of the ratepayers in the north there, we have to find a way to make this work. I cannot, and I'll take ownership here, I cannot figure out how to get a video from an Android that got sent to a Samsung, get onto here to play, because technology does not like to talk to each other. The other part of that is a lot of the videos you can't show, because when these ratepayers go up to the side of the road to their field and ask people to slow down, the language and attitudes being portrayed through these videos are not for a public setting. But we have ratepayers in our county that are having an issue, and I'm not blaming our RV parks or our campgrounds. I'm not blaming the vast majority. There are always those 1 or 2 people that, sometimes 8 in a row, but you know, that very small percentage that is causing the very loud majority of the problems. And right now I want to open it up for a bit of discussion, Madam Reeve, on how we can look at trying to help and solve that problem. That's why I thought a committee of the whole agenda might be more appropriate. But my peers want to do it now. Let's get her done.
We do have a bylaw, an off-highway vehicle bylaw, and thank you for bringing this forward. I'm sure that we all experience this in every corner of the county. We have these concerns. And of course, municipalities have that ability to make those decisions. You know, that there is the Traffic Act that applies to provincial, but does not necessarily apply to municipal. So we have the OHV bylaw. I can't remember what it is, 2019, 2016. I can't remember exactly what it is. But it might be worth something that, because it hasn't been looked at in some time, to bring forward and have a look at that. I know in talking to previous council members, when this policy or when this bylaw was passed, the intent was mainly for agricultural use for ATVs on the roads. I don't know if that's something that, you know, can be brought back to have that conversation, but that's up to council. And like to hear if anybody else has anything to weigh in on that. Go ahead, Councillor Wallach.
Is there a motion on the table?
No, we're just kind of having that conversation since the motion postponed failed.
I'd like to make a motion to accept for information. We just had a strategic planning and service level presentation saying that we need to stay on track and not get sideways on a lot of things. This is a pop-up issue. It's not part of our bigger plan right now. And I think if we're looking at putting up signage and all of the things, that's going to be a massive undertaking all over the county. So at this point, I think we just need to accept for information.
Receive. Accept is to adopt and agree with this. That's what accept is. To receive, okay? So the motion on the floor is to receive for information. Councillor Hall?
I feel like this sounds like more of an enforcement issue, and so last meeting, we had something similar come up around golf carts, and that got kicked out to a future strat planning meeting. And so I agree that this is the term pop-up issue. It's something that needs to be pushed out to a consolidated time where we can assess it in terms of priorities. But you know, it's been submitted to this meeting, so it's on the table for discussion here. And I haven't heard from the RCMP that this has been an issue, or from our bylaw in our committee of the whole reports. It hasn't struck me as something they've identified as an issue. So I'm fully in support of receiving it for information at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. We've heard from the RCMP, they didn't feel like the ATV usage in the Wandering River area was specifically high compared to other areas. But 21 videos being sent does seem, I mean, it's a lot higher than the number of 0 videos that I've had sent to me. So I'm just wondering if these have all been reported to the RCMP, or if maybe during our budget, there's some sort of communications that we could add to encourage people to be reporting these instances to the RCMP so that they are, their statistics are adequately reflecting the existing situation.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Councillor Cromwell.
I gave other people a chance. You know, aside from what peers around the table say, it is not a pop-up issue, as we've brought it up on more than one occasion. We've talked about it before. We've tried to do traffic counts that unfortunately didn't get done. So to say it is not a PERD or not part of our plan and a one-off issue, I do not accept, and I think is really unrealistic of what is going on. I think Councillor Anderson has a great point. Get some more communication out. I know when we've talked to the RCMP at the town halls, sometimes getting things reported when they know that they're not going to get a response is hard. And that has been topic in many of the town halls. And I wish some of my peers would have come out to that and heard the conversation from the ratepayers and from the RCMP and our CPOs about that, as it is a very high topic in those rooms. I don't think it's something we should just put away and go, we'll do that when we get a strat plan. It has to be one of our top 5. The whole point of sitting around those tables to deal with things that come up as they happen. You're not going to get every bit of our day on a strat plan. We do one day here and go, that's all we're going to focus on. That is, I think, extremely narrow vision. And I don't want to see that just go away. We have the obligation to make proper changes that are for the betterment of the vast majority. And it will not take a big revision. It will not take mountains to talk about and find a solution that works for everybody, while respecting, you know, the campgrounds and parks that rely on tourism, what that does for a community. That's not negated in here. We are talking about how can we enforce, how can we ensure the safety of the majority, because the actions of the minority are respected. And every landowner, every resident has the right to enjoy the environment they chose to live in. And we're not doing justice.
Thank you, Deputy Reed Mins, and then Councillor Chamsey.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of, I know what you're saying is to build a bylaw that I guess go back to the bylaw and redo the bylaw that and put in their respect on it, because what you got here is you got people that aren't respecting other people. And how do you put that into a bylaw? I don't, without actually just banning ATVs, and there's no way that's ever gonna happen. So I don't know how you would put in their respect in the bylaw. That's my take on it right now, off the cuff, but I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chamsey.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing to be able to enforce. Some of us have been at those town halls across the county. And, you know, we've heard some of the concerns. Perhaps one of the things that you could do to also help encourage us is post the bylaw on your social medias or whatever, and encourage those electorate, I guess, to report to that RCMP as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, so on the motion from Counselor Wallach to receive for information, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and opposed? 6 and 2, thank you. All righty, next item up, we have the Land Advisory Group, which is 8.7 on page 225 of your package, and that is to appoint a council member to the Landscape Advisory Group. Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
I would make the motion to appoint a council member to the Landscape Advisory Group at the next organizational meeting.
Okay. Just writing that down. Awesome. Okay. And is there any discussion on Counselor Hall's motion to appoint a counselor at the next organizational meeting? All those in favor? And opposed? 8 and 0, thank you. All right, 8.9 on page 228, 8.9 is service levels review presentation. Just get there. Sorry. Yeah, it was added, yeah. All right, and the recommendation here on the presentation for the service levels review is to receive the presentation for information and provide feedback. All right, who would like to begin? Go ahead, Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, just wondering, like, I was disappointed not to see the inventory list today. That's what I was expecting to see today. So I'm just kind of wondering when we'll see that and if we're going to have an opportunity to sit down and talk about what our current service level is and how they align to the strat plan. Or if, like, what should we expect? Because I just
Thank you.
feel
I
like
think-
my expectations didn't quite align with what was happening today.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to bring back, as soon as I get a final copy, I don't have a final copy of the entire list. So as soon as I get a final copy, because he's still working with each of the departments to refine them. So as soon as I get one, I'm going to bring it to council. A continuing theme that we keep looking at, and I'm going to refer to the previous item you talked about, is the lack of a level of service policy for some of our most important services. Even applies to enforcement. There's no level of service policy. So basically it's complaint based. So we have a lot of work to do coming out of that. But you'll be surprised to see the types of services that we have that you might not have been aware that we actually do. In a previous place I worked, council didn't know that we owned a theater. And we only did a service review and by the way, we own a theater. And council's like, well, how do we get rid of that? It's amazing.
We run a circus.
So anyways, I'm not aware we have a theater, but we'll bring it back. We'll open a discussion. We'll try to get as much done at the end of this term with this, but it's probably one that's going to be punted to the next council, but at least you can give us your thoughts and you can set it up for the next council if you will. So we will get something back to you before the end of this term.
Thank you very much, Counselor Anderson, then Counselor Hall.
Thank you. And then further to that, Mr. Rudick mentioned that he's been comparing our service levels to other municipalities. And I'm just wondering, will we also see not only a list of all the different services that we've considered and tabled to that discussion to be listed out so that we haven't forgotten about them or that we see just how many that is. But also further to that, if we should also expect to see a list of services that we're not providing currently that others are, so that we can compare actually what we are doing and what we aren't doing and see how we're comparing to those other municipalities.
Awesome.
Madam Chair, I'll answer it I'll work backwards from that. No, you're not going to see the services that other places provide that we don't, because some have identified 600 services. So if we can, I mean, we can get you that list. I think council might be aware of which ones we're lacking that we probably should consider, and you could bring them up at any time. As for, I'm trying to remember the question before that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the other part of my question was all the different services or topics that we've tabled to discuss after we see that inventory list. We've tabled many items.
From, I guess
To
they
the
would be
service
the
level
action
review?
list you're
Yeah.
referring to, yeah.
Yep. You're going to see all of it in a couple different forms. And more to come. We've got a draft list of things that we need to do coming out of this and at the end of this term, for review with council and for review with the next council.
I really appreciate this happening. I know it's a little later in the season and the term that, you know, we'd hope to get a little more work done with that from this council, but I think the county's going in a good direction, and, you know, to be able to sit down and go through all these service levels, it's something that's needed to happen for a very long time. So I really appreciate that this is the direction we're going in. And thank you very much for going through all of that with staff as well. It's a huge job, and 174 still ringing in my brain as services that we offer. So when people are asking where their tax dollars are going, 174 services, when we identify them, will be in an interesting list to be able to provide. Anybody else? Please go ahead.
I do think it's amazing the number of things the county does in the region and that we need to work. I appreciate that he identified the communication piece, that we need to talk about the good things that occur out of this organization. You know, the county is a huge economic driver in this region, as all our municipalities, and we have to talk about the municipal role in that sense as well. And so I was, you know, disappointed. I mean, glad that this is the first step. I'd hope to see a couple of different things out of the results, but I'm really happy that we've got the list and it's the first step, and look forward to an opportunity to continue to develop and discuss service levels at this table where we define clear expectations around specific services we provide. Because I think that's the translation that we need to be able to get to for ratepayers, so we can say our targets on turnaround times on callbacks or roadworks or all those things we can start to do. And I suspect that we need to have long and specific meeting devoted just to that, or a workshop, not even a meeting, once that time comes. And the other notes that I made when Mr. Rudick was talking are about, you know, I think we need to remember there should always be constraint as it relates to the use of funds that we're trusted with, so we can get the maximum value out of that. And I feel like historically, because sometimes it's easy for the county to get knocked on a little bit, I feel like historically that's been the case. There's been a high level of respect from the employees that work here, and they're squeezing wringing the most value out of the dollars they have. And while there's always individual exceptions, on balance, I think there's a lot of good happening. And the presentation made me think about the need in our organization to shift from being to being a results-based organization versus a task and process-driven place. And that's a council thing. And to me, that means being clear about what our priorities are and the direction and kind of the destination we're headed. And then really for us as council to task them in with creating a couple of plans to get us there, so that we can then, you know, make that final decision. And I think we have to continue to be disciplined in our approach to our priorities and our reaction to emerging issues, that these things can't be a moving target. We have to have the discipline to say this matters, but we have to assess it as it relates to all our priorities. So admin has the stability to just get work done. And so those are the thoughts that I had coming out of that I wanted to share with you. And I think, you know, we've seen this over the term, and we need to, this reinforces our need to continue collectively to work the work of moving to a governance-based board focused on strategic priorities and accountability from our administration on the progress toward those objectives. and to keep getting our fingers out of the pie. And I think we've been doing a good job about that, but to clearly test or to move this discussion further so that we're at a point, whoever is sitting here, we can clearly test decisions against whether it moves us closer or farther to those goals. And I think it will shorten our meetings. I think it will make them more productive. And as we align those things, we will see the productivity that comes out of the administrative team increase drastically as we make that shift in that direction.
Thank you. Awesome. Anybody else? We're good. Did we have anybody pick this motion?
I'll move the
Move, recommended?
to receive for information and maybe can we expect it to come back in the future? Like with the motion as written, it would be natural to expect that we'll see further discussion on this.
Yes, there will be.
So as presented.
Okay, the recommended motion? Yes. Counselor Hall would like to move the recommended motion. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? And I see no opposed. That would be 8-0. All right. We are moving to 9.2, page 238, calendars, meeting calendars for September and October. I'll just add one, which is on the September 19. We've all been invited to the Pleasant Valley Lodge Resident Park grand opening between 1 and 3. And I don't have any others. Counselor Cromwell.
Right, I make the motion to council event.
For this, when it's part of the calendar,
I won't. Are we invited as like counselors or just invited?
as a counselors, we've been invited as counselors.
Oh, do we usually make a motion to say that like we sanction that event as council?
Oh, we haven't in the past, because when it ends up on the counselor calendar, I've always assumed that counselor has agreed that this is a council has agreed that this is a counselor saying.
I have never known that at all.
Oh,
I always thought it was like a go if you want, it's on you kind of situation.
it totally is. Anybody who's available. who
I know,
can
but
attend.
I guess what I'm saying is I never understood that we were invited as counselors, like unless we make a motion to say council approves this as a council event, i.e. for mileage, et cetera.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, this is a council meeting calendar, so these types of events, when they're on here, and correct me if I'm wrong, CAO, but I've always understood it to be a become a council event.
So you can charge mileage for them.
If you choose.
Had no idea.
Okay.
Interesting. I always thought we had to decide, like, we had to vote on that. We didn't just pick. Okay, all right.
I could be wrong. Does anybody else have a different understanding?
I never understood that.
Okay. Okay, Counselor Cromwell and Counselor Chamzek.
September 25th at 3 PM, I have a Northern Lake College meeting.
Okay, thank you. September 25th, 3 PM, Northern Lakes College. It's your turn.
Nothing in September, October 13th, FCSS. Because of the election, Boyle Library will be October 14th. 16th would be Town Library so far, and that's all I have.
Okay. Do you have times?
FCSS is 10, Boyle Library is 7, and Town is 6.
Thank you very much. Counselor Mins. Deputy Mins.
September 24th, Island Lake Advisory Waterline Committee meeting. It's been for 8:30.
PM or right morning?
No,
AM?
morning, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Counselor Cromwell?
And of course, the amendment to the calendar as per 8.2, which will, where we approve the change in the calendar, will kind of change what we have listed on our calendar.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Org meeting and.
All the org meeting, all those changes?
Yes.
Yes, as per 8.2, I think that'll be automatic happening, but yes, I appreciate the reminder. Took me a minute. Anybody else? Okay, I think Counselor Min's already, did you put the motion for it? All right, Counselor Cromwell gets to do that. Counselor Cromwell would like to move to receive the calendars as amended. All those in favor? And opposed? No. You're in favor. All right, 8-0. Thank you. And the last part of our day will be closed session items. Deputy Vince would like to make a motion to go into closed. All those in favor? 8-0, no opposed. Like to do recess for 7 minutes. 10 or 7? It's a lucky number. 7 it is. 7 minutes it is, and it is 1:04, so 1:11. Alrighty, we have come out of closed. We have two motions to make. Under item 13.1, Councillor Cromwell would like to direct administration to proceed with the land appraisal and further explore the option to purchase east portion of Southeast 106323 west of 4. Good. With no discussion, I don't think. All those in favor? And I believe we have no opposed. That's 7-0. And the last motion of the day is 13.4. And that Councillor Chamzik would like to make the motion to contract Kraus Developments, Inc. to complete the CAO evaluation as discussed and further to reallocate up to $3,000 from legislative services training budget to professional services. I have that written down if you'd like that. All right, if there's no discussion, all those in favor? That's 7-0. Oh, pardon me, I missed it. 6-1. We had opposition 6-1. Thank you. And I believe we can adjourn the meeting at this point at 2:28. Thank you.